Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tale. Whoop. Okay. One sec. I can fix this, I promise. There we go. Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some dev on Insignia for Chapter 2. And Chapter 2 for Tuesday. And happy to just get straight into it. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Virtue vs. Vice, Pixels Murphy, Ed Conkey, Robin Robertshead, we've got Yakira, and anybody who's watching on YouTube, welcome as well. Also, a big thank you to Rylite for the most recent follow, and Cyborg Chipmunk for the most recent subscription. Hey, Creepy Brow. Oh, thanks. I've been doing some quite drastic changes over the weekend on the combat for the Insignia demo, trying to see how far I can push difficulty. We've been having a very spirited conversation in the forum to do with the balance of that. I'm actually just in the middle of it with Davy Jones. I think we could talk about it briefly. So I don't know if you guys are interested in this, but it's part of what's happening in the game. So right now, I guess the conversation is around this design feature of the game that I've got, which is that you can hold the attack button. You can press the attack button to do combos. You can hold the attack button to go into a guard stance where you take reduced damage. And if you press the correct, depending on the enemy attack, if you press the correct direction while while holding that guard button, you go into like a parry where you don't take any damage, and you do like basically a counter attack that puts them in like a juggle state. You can do all kinds of stuff like this. So to me, I think it's very straightforward, like holding the button versus pressing the button and then pressing a direction feels pretty natural for me. I think there are issues with the system, but some of the feedback that I'm getting on Discord is that the whole concept in and of itself... Oh, you're seeing 2 streams on YouTube? That shouldn't happen. Let me see what I can do about that. One sec. Open tab. That sometimes happens, and I don't know why, but it does happen sometimes. Yeah, this needs to just go. Okay, we should be good. Thanks for letting me know. Goodbye. Appreciate it. Yeah, so so it's a tricky one because I feel quite confidently in this system. When it comes to like button inputs on a controller, I've got a dedicated interaction button with the environment. So if you want to inspect something or whatever, that's one thing. I have a run button which goes into a roll, which I think is like an evasion button on this side here, right? That's to evade or run or move faster. This is just the jump button because it's a platformer, and then this is the attack button. I'm pretty confident in that, and I know that it feels kind of overloaded to do like this or this or this or that. Like spamming it does this, but holding it does this. I think I'm okay with that though. Like I feel like as a design, it actually does what I want, which is I want the player to choose between defense and offense, and I want to lock you into offense if you've started. I want you to have to hold the button down to make a conscious choice. Do you usually put foreground black silhouette? I don't know what you're talking about. Will you implement Armin being able to look up and down? We can do that. I'm kind of okay with doing that right now. You want to see it? I'll add it. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Hey, Digzev. Ah, yes. Wow, that's a long time. Wow, congrats. All right, how are we going to do this? I'm doing this for you, Pixels Murphy. It's a good one. Wait, what is this? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Hey, Boma, yes, how's it going? Any upcoming videos on YouTube? I think we will do a second code tutorial with teaching for loops, collections, and classes, I think. I don't have anything, I haven't recorded it yet, but I think that's naturally what's next in the, you know, in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, I think that it's important to cover those things. All right, so let's have a look. Let's see if it works. Holding down, holding up does nothing. That's interesting. So this should look up, needs to go in look in direction, and we need to say public void should, a public bool should enter. No. There we go. Down, up. It's such a minor, it's literally one frame. I could probably tweak that to make his foot prop out and his back lean back a little bit more, but it's okay. So then we basically want to do, Luigi. We basically want to do something here where, hang on a second. We want to do something where there is some sort of camera modifier that shifts up and down by some amount, no matter what. And I think we, how do we want to execute that? Should it always be the same distance? I think that's possible. The main camera sets its position to the current position plus dialogue plus shake plus moving average for the impact. This is all fine. I could add one more for like look offset, player look offset or something. We could do that. In fact, we don't use look offset, and look offset comes from where? If we are pressing the abilities button and we press left, right, up, or down, it offsets. That's very interesting. Inputting. Looks like we're already doing it. I just have to add this, and then something will happen when I do this. Wow. Okay. Well, that's fun. I don't think I want to have that in the game. I think instead what I want to do is have this get look offset not be here, and have the player character script have a thing called get look offset. Okay. So then this is not about if we're pressing this, it's if we can make this public, or we can have it be private and have a public void set offset. And then we can always smooth damp this. We can have this be called update look offset. Does vector2.smoothDamp understand delta time? It does. So then we don't need any of this. We go into update, and we say update look offset. We do this. This X and Y is, I think, current. Oh, what was X and Y? The get look offset, the current look offset. So then on look in direction, we're going to say if time is greater than 1 and yeah, that'll work. Do I use lerp? Yeah, all the time. All the time. Okay. It's good, it's just not smooth. So what was I doing? I was saying the X is some value and I'm smooth damping that value every frame. But I'm only doing the smooth damp. Well, I'm updating this on every update. Wait a second. This is on main character behavior. This should be get look offset. I had a little bit of experience programming at university. So a lot of, I mean, you sort of, there's a point where you know enough to understand like the basics of how things tend to work. And then it's just about getting to know the Unity libraries much more. I see. It needs to do that. Or this needs to do that. Still no good. Wait, why are we setting look offset to this? I think this maybe needs to be called like look direction. That's right. Yeah. Well, it goes for coding and development. Oh, I've ruined all the limits. Because these are all public. I think these need to be here so I can make adjustments to them faster. Okay, that's 3. That can be 0.5f. Cool. So let's make it 0.8. That should be right. Unless, I see. I've created a scenario where there's a race condition. I kind of want it to be the earliest thing that happens here, but I don't know that player character's update is going to happen before the look direction.do. In fact, is there a state.do in this? This is player character update. That's weird. How is that possible? Maybe like in Armin behavior, he does base.update first, and then he sets his state. So actually it's guaranteed not to be a race condition. Okay. Or it won't work. Hey, Tony Chopper. Hey, Davy Jones. We are working on a small request. So if I don't collapse these and I clear this, there are ones and zeros alternating all the time. Maybe it should be like if I don't look, there's a way around this. I just don't really like it. Ugh. It's the same, it's going to be the same thing where we create more race conditions. Actually, I think I can do this. I think on update, I can say, look direction updated this. Where is this saved? Direction updated this frame equals false. Then on late update, I can say, if this is still false, do that. So as long as the do is getting done somewhere in update. Nice. And then as long as I'm not in that state, if I do something else, it'll reset. Okay. Let's see how useful this is. How much more do you think you want to see? Is it enough, do you think? I can't do that. I can't have it be like a smart thing where it's looking at the terrain. It's too much work. I could go a little further than that, I think. I think I can go just a little bit further. I can give you a little bit more. That's an extra quarter of the screen or third of the screen. I don't want Armin to ever be off camera. You like how smooth it is? Thanks. I can make it a bit faster. Yeah, that works. All right, you got it. You asked for it, you got it. No worries. Okay, so now I'm pretty much... Oh, what is this? I don't know what that is. We pretty much have to work on chapter 2 today. A pickle. If you win an Easter egg. So, I have to work on getting the story playable end to end, which means we start from the beginning and we just play until we can play it all. Whoops. I want a feature that lets me put design notes in the game. I think we're just lacking that. Because like I have things I want to do here, but I just want to like note it down that I want to do them. I guess the question is, where do they live? Where do these annotations live, and can I hook them into something in the game? Because I can do it in the cutscenes. This sequence player has this, which it doesn't have a timeline. And if I go to the annotation clip, pretty gruntled. So I have these annotation clips and they draw clip gizmos. Annotation clip behavior. How do you get those really nice big dividers? I made them up. It's an editor extension that I created. It's not even, it's all it's doing is on validate. It's just, it has a definition for these objects and it says if they're not in the game, I'll make them in the game. and it's just two game objects, one that's empty and one that's got the title of the thing plus an icon, and the icon stretches up. And then what it does is it sorts. I have like interfaces that I use as tags for these things. So anything that derives from enemy, it says, hey, anything that derives from enemy, I'm going to put under me and above object. And then object says anything that derives from object, I'm going to place below me and above decoration. And it just does that. So every time I press save, it just reorganizes the whole hierarchy. It doesn't move anything out of a child-parent relationship, but at any... Yeah, it's tool scripting, for sure. So what I want to be able to do here is, I suppose, I want to be able to annotate something to say, oh, this needs to be more like this. And in this case, like, it's not the watchtower, it would be the sequence in the level. So maybe it would be on this thing. I'm just wondering, like, what that looks like. Like, is it a component? It would be the easiest thing to do, to have like annotation and then an annotation component, and then just a public string note, and then public string date. Well, int date? I don't really know. I guess it would be a serializable object. It doesn't have to be a component. I suppose I want it to be a component so that I can attach it to things. Anyway. This is a text area. And then inside of this, public class I am not the wizard of code. Yes. So this should probably be a thing. That's that there. Is there a way for me to draw these? In a world scale? Probably not. did I do it for annotation? Clip behavior on Gizmo. Timeline Gizmo system. There we go. Nice. How do I draw an inspector? What's an example? Fmod state draw? No. What's a thing that I have a custom inspector for? Oh man, I don't know. Maybe Armin? Player? Character? I don't have time to ask. Make. It's just like the way I've tagged it is wrong. Yeah, there you go. Custom editor type of. Yep. Okay. Hey, doing some work on chapter 2. Now, what's a shame is that I can't find that annotation very easily. Like, where did I put it? I don't know. Feedback, RE. That's pretty good, but I don't want it to be so bold. Hey, LLM code in game development, depending on how simple and straightforward what you want it to do is, can be reasonable. I would never, ever, ever use an agent to build a game from scratch that was any deeper than like a single screen, tic-tac-toe or snake or something like that. An LLM can do that. But if you have like multiple files and you're building up libraries and features of a game, like a real game, I wouldn't trust it. Not even. It very quickly falls apart because the level of, I guess, just awareness of what it is you're building. Games become more idiosyncratic as you build them out and more specific. And if you're not in charge of what you're writing, then it's just going to write whatever, and you're not going to know how to wrangle it. And game code requires a lot of refactoring and balance. So if you didn't write it, it can be really hard to then get in there and do it right. Hey Ocelot, we have a meeting right now. Thanks for the reminder. Text anchor actually should be top dot. What is text anchor? Did I make that up? No. Upper center. Why is... I don't like that at all. I think I'm going to have to do this myself. Well... just a sec. doesn't make sense to do it this way. Where is the part where it actually draws the text? Handles.label. We can't do it. Okay. In that case, we do this, and that's all we can do. Hey, M Audio. Welcome. Thanks for the raid. How you doing? Hey. I'm working on a game. I hope you had a good stream. What were you working on? Working on this kinda cozy, kinda not action adventure. Rhythm game. Oh, with Tapir. Oh, nice. Sweet. I hope it went well. Thank you so much. Yeah. Sweet. Well, this is Insignia, and we are about to do a team meeting, actually, like right now. So I'm going to bring in the team. We'll do it on stream. Just want to make sure that... Do we have our artist in? She is around. Okay, maybe we'll just do Luca for now, and then we'll do Morgan E a little later. So one sec. All right, I'll spin up a meeting. How do I do this? If I press this button, what will happen? That. Okay, new meeting, instant meeting. Okay, and then close that, F11 that, turn that off. And we should be good to go. Hello. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hey.
Hey.
How you doing? Good, and you?
Yeah, doing all right. Yeah, just been working on those animations and just getting those sheets set up as well.
Sweet. Did you have a good Aussie Day weekend?
Yeah, it was good. I spent most of the time with family. It was a hot day, and and Saturday I just was working at the hospital. Yeah, one of those days.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm going to hit record and then we can... Do we have specific things to look at today?
I I mostly worked on the idle and the flinch. I was trying to get those sheets up ready before the meeting.
Mhm.
Just ran into a bit of a problem that was
Okay.
taking a bit
Anything
of
that I
time.
can
But
help with? I haven't hit record
no, I
yet.
think it was just. Oh, that's all right.
I'm just wondering if I should, if there's anything that we need to.
y- yeah, maybe it's not that important, but it was. I think basically when you try to export very long PNG files, they just want to be smaller for some reason. I don't know
They,
if you've run into that
they
problem, but
will get blurry unless you set the.
yeah.
Yeah, it's in the import settings for the PNG. You have to set the
Mm,
max texture size to something like 8092 or whatever it is.
uh, okay.
If they're really
Hmm.
really big. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think it was that big. It was only like 9 frames or something. Yeah,
For is this the
unusual.
lengthen or for the um
The lengthen, yeah.
yeah.
It
Hmm.
was just the get up animation. So,
Well, we might be able to
uh,
shrink the
but
area of the canvas because it's based on like the largest dimension. Um,
yeah.
yeah,
Oh, I fixed it anyway.
okay,
But yeah, your solution makes sense as well.
cool. What
Yeah.
did you do
Um,
in your solution?
well, I just trimmed off the frames at the end since we didn't need those really.
Oh, okay.
Um, just transitioning back to idle.
Yep.
Um,
Okay.
yeah, that's all. So,
Cool. So, do you need feedback on the animations you've worked on so far, or anything like that?
um, yeah, how should I send this to you, or should I just share my screen?
Yep. I'll hit the recording now, just in
Uh,
case,
okay,
and then yeah, you can share your screen.
okay. All right. 1 second. Screen one. Okay. Go. All right.
Okay, doke.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So
it's looking
that's
good.
yeah, I might just do a bit of more adjustment
Hmm.
as well, but just a bit more progress on just the flow of the fabrics following the movement,
Yep.
the of idle pose. Um, yeah, rather than just having the wind
Hmm. Yeah, it's
flowing
looking
through
good.
the pose.
Yep. I wouldn't put any more time into that.
And
I think it looks good.
all right, cool. And this one, yeah.
Okay.
So
Sweet.
this, yeah, it just
The
needs a bit of shape there.
yeah, I would say the um, tabard is looking a little the first frame is looking a little hard to read, but other than that, it's looking good.
Mm, mm. Yeah, and this would be, I guess, the depth frame as well. So,
Mm.
um, well, can you specify what the
Yeah.
depth frame
So I
would
would
be?
say like the piece of cloth right now, the shape kind of
Mm,
like wraps into his tail. It all feels like one shape.
yeah.
So it's sort of hard to tell that
Mm,
they're two distinct pieces of like two distinct objects. So I would
mm,
say just bring it down a little bit in terms of how like it doesn't have to go horizontal. In fact, I don't think it
mm.
would go that way at all. It might actually go forward instead of backward. If he's been hit, it will follow uh, where he's coming from rather than the opposite direction.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. Um, yeah, so it's affected by his move, like being knocked back rather than like Armin or whoever hitting him
I
and
suppose
knocking that
you
back.
could rationalize it both ways. I think it'll work. It'll work either
Yeah.
way. But if you are going to go this way, I would just
Mm,
bring it down, like maybe just 4 or 5 pixels, the tip of it, that bottom edge. Just bring all of that down 4 or 5 pixels, so that
mm,
the tail
mm.
and the
They're two separate shapes.
yeah, two separate shapes. And
Okay.
then yeah, just I'm looking at his like his belt line and his hand, same sort of thing. Like it sort of feels like one long horizontal brown streak from his
Mm,
tail all the way to the hand on the other side. So just thinking a little bit more about the proportion and which way he's sort of facing. If he's tilting forward, you can have that belt dip lower in the bottom center of it. Yeah,
mm,
stuff like that.
okay. Yeah, I can make that adjustment.
Cool.
Hmm.
Okay.
All right.
Anything else?
That well, I still got to work on the other ones as well.
Yep.
So I guess I'll need to get an update to you shortly with
Yeah, no
those.
worries. Yeah, feel
Mm,
free like to if you're doing like a lot of secondary motion in these, um,
mm,
try to get a review on them before going too deep on detail, just in case. Um,
mm.
Otherwise, I feel bad giving you deep feedback about something that looks pretty good already in terms of detail.
Yeah, I understand. I'll just keep it. Yeah, just basic shapes
Cool.
and yeah, not too much shading or anything like that.
Perfect. Okay, Luca. That's it for
All
me.
right,
If you have any other questions, let me know.
I will. All right.
All
Thanks,
right.
Adam.
Thanks, mate. See ya.
See ya.
Sweet. Hey, Fake Coffee. How you doing? Okay, and then I don't need to be in this meeting anymore. I'm going to go switch to a new one. We get through a few of these team meetings on Mondays and Tuesdays. I try to keep them from going on too long. I think it's easy to get caught up in discussion back and forth. Try to be really direct if I can be, but it's a challenge. Did I color my hair? No? What color? What does it look? What color does it look like? It's just the normal color. Well, that would be the hands of time clawing at my hair and changing its color. It looks more gray. Oh no. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Not bad.
It's
How's
good.
it going with you?
Yeah, not too bad. Did you have a good Australia Day weekend?
Yeah,
Sweet.
didn't do anything.
That's the best way to spend it.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, today we're just doing catch up on where you're at animation wise. I'm going to hit start recording so that we can record.
Yeah.
And yeah, I saw. So for everyone watching on the stream, you posted a couple of days ago some really cool animations for our cat enemy. So I'll see if I can get them up on screen right now. Look at that guy. He's eating an apple. And then we have I think you
I did
nailed
have like
the apple throw away into the attack animation.
thank you.
It's like literally no notes. It's perfect.
Yes.
So
I do have
yep.
the like the full because I'm assuming the second one's gonna interrupt the first one at some point.
Mhm.
So I sort of tried to blend it in such a way that they kind of flow into each other.
Yeah, I think it'll work really well. I'm going to see if I can put it in the game in the next day or two.
Hell yeah.
And I think from where we were a couple of at least a week and a half ago now to
Mm.
now, I think I have to review the work that you've done so far, but I think we are up to the next scope. Otherwise, have you got any more work that I've allocated to you for now, or are you
I've
waiting on new work?
just Armin's
Sorry?
the wobble for Armin.
Oh, the wobble.
Where
Oh,
he's
yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy for you to keep working on that. But I would also like
Mhm.
to. I guess I have some options for you regarding the next set of scope. So let me see if I can bring some stuff up and we can chat about it. Alrighty. So we're kind of in enemy territory now when it comes to animations. There are still, I mean, we still do have NPCs we can do. But I think it might be best if we start working on content for chapter 2 that's gameplay related. So what we have are
Mhm.
let me see if I can. I don't have a visual reference for these just yet, but I might bring him up anyway. One sec. Okay. So we have this Wolverine barbarian guy, and I'm pretty happy with, like, I've done like a rough for his walk, which is
Mhm.
it's gonna feel a lot like the walk for the hedgehog in terms of like it's a straight ahead animation. There's a lot of frames
Yeah.
involved. Right now, what I've got is this. I don't know if that's like. I hope it's enough. But
Oh yeah.
yeah. So I think I'm happy for you to just jump into this if you're interested. Straight after you're done with the
Mhm.
Armin one, and then I don't have an idle animation yet, but it would be just a pretty straightforward idle pose with a bit of like maybe just a little bit of breathing or like heaving or whatever you want to call it, just like a bit of a loop. And then like there's tons of animation for this guy, but I'm in a position here where between you and Luca, I'd like for us to see if we can really economize how we do enemy animations. And it's something that like there's a bit of deception here in these animation frames where I've got like there's like 20 or so frames of animation here, but it's really not 20 frames. It's like 4 key poses, and there are just little things that will move, you know, between them. But I really want us to uh, kind of like I would prefer for us to tweak the keyframes to create the in betweens rather than redraw
Mhm.
every frame, because I just know that
Yeah. I would.
yeah, because it's like it would be pointless. I couldn't
Yeah.
I couldn't live with myself if I had to make you guys redraw all the frames, and I don't even think it would be consistent looking if we did do that anyway. So instead, it
Mm.
might be nice. I don't know how I'll do it, but maybe if I can color or tag in some way, like, hey, this is like frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, frame 4, or whatever, and then you guys just copy paste and shift things around to make the motion happen, then I think this could be done really quickly. But yeah, between how it's laid out in Sprite and in our production documents, uh, I think it might be nice to formalize these a little bit, like how we think about the work. You know, it's so much more straightforward
Mhm.
when it's all like, if we're just counting in frames, it's like, oh, okay, we did 6 frames for this or
Yeah.
10 frames for that. It's easy to say that's like, this is a big piece of work or this is a small piece of work. In this case, like, this is a large character. It's probably the biggest we've animated so far. And there are a lot of frames.
Yeah.
But I also think if we're doing it right, there is a way for this to be, you know, maybe like a 2-point animation instead of a 3-point. So I think, I
Mhm.
guess this is something that I probably should be having this conversation with you and Luca together. But I'd like to have a bit of a period where we try and see if we can make that work. and I don't want to put like major
Mhm.
expectations on anything. I just want to like see what it looks like to build that workflow up where we can, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So like for the walk, for example, like I don't know if I could expect that because there's such a gradual change every frame that it's not like that's just a straight ahead animation. I'd call this a 3-pointer, no problem. But for these attacks,
Like the head and the body, you could probably get away with just sort of smudging stuff side to side a little, but everything else, yeah.
yeah, like there is a difference between these two frames enough that I would never expect. And I think, I suppose the reason why I'm trying to, the reason why there are so many frames is that a lot of this has to do with the combat timings. So the player needs a certain
Yeah,
amount
yeah.
of lead time to see this coming, and then
Mhm.
there are, you know, the for the sake of the hitbox, there is like a certain amount of movement in between like this and this. Like that's just going to snap in one
Mm.
frame, and then there also needs to be a certain amount of time for recovery. So, uh, in terms of like prototyping, I could have gotten away with like putting this in the frame, like in the game, this frame in the game, this frame in the game, and then this frame or whatever, and then just held on them for like a second each.
Yeah.
But I'd rather not do that. So it's like there is a degree to which we can, like I want the effect of us essentially holding on a frame for a lot of this stuff, but there might be some like secondary animation or bits and pieces here that would just make it feel
Yeah.
like, you know, we're getting a lot more value than we need to put in effort wise.
Mm.
Yeah, it's delicate stuff, and I just I guess I just wanted to flag that in advance because I don't really want to, I really don't want to overwhelm you or have you feel like you have to spend like 2
Mhm.
weeks on this, because it took me 45 minutes to prototype up, and I know like if I was to, you know, if I was to draw this every frame, it would take me more than a week. So
Yeah, he's pretty complicated.
yeah, I mean there is a lot going on for sure. And I know that, I guess what I'm trying to do here is push the boundaries a little bit or see where those boundaries are on like, okay, when do we start getting into like exponential increase in time for the amount of details that are in an
Yeah,
enemy?
yeah.
I'm trying to keep him on like a 2-tone palette for the most part. Like there's really only 2 colors for
Mhm.
most of these shapes. Trying to keep the shapes very open and not like detailed. So like there's no rumples here other than just this color into that
Yeah,
color. Trying to see, and then like the parts that are detailed are hopefully the parts that you can copy paste the most. So that's kind
yeah.
of, you know, it's going to be tricky for us here, but I believe in us too. At the same time, like I think I will need feedback from you guys on how it feels to animate these so that I'm not over scoping for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe for
Yeah,
now,
I
yep, sorry, I'll let you go.
looking at him, I think you've done a good job in implying a lot of detail, but keeping him manageable. Like he's not much worse than like the Hunden.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty good.
Thanks. I'm trying. It's like there's this across the
Just so
whole
you know.
game. Well, across the whole game, there's this like constant pressure of like, how do I imply more than there is, or like imply the most with the least,
Yeah, yeah.
you know? And if you go too far under that threshold, everything feels generic. And if you go too far over, it's
Mm.
impossible to finish it. So, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to dial in on that. So I know this might be a bit uncomfortable, and I'm just flagging it. Okie doke.
Yeah.
So I'll
Yeah.
I'll let you do the wobble for now, and
Mhm.
then Luca is doing this character, and there's a lot of animations for that too. I think I'll let him own it a little bit for now. So I'll have you
Yeah.
on this guy, and maybe by tonight or tomorrow morning. Well, I mean he's already in the repo, so I suppose you could look at it now if you wanted.
Mhm.
So yeah, maybe just go ahead and try the walk first.
Yeah.
Do you have like, is this enough like visual brief?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me.
Sweet. Okay. Well, thank you so much. That's all I got for now.
Alrighty.
All right. I'll catch you later in the week.
Okie doke.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
Cool. Yeah, this is like this stuff is very it's really, really critical. Pardon me, one sec. It's so critical that the animation team on this project is like super efficient. And that doesn't mean fast. It just means not putting more effort into something than there needs to be. And that economizing, it's such a razor fine, delicate thing, because animation as a task, when you're working on it, it can be, you want to get into a flow state and you want to just sort of zone out and just do it. And hopefully we get to that point, but it can be that when you get into a flow state, you're not thinking super critically about like, have I gone too far or is this enough? So I think it's going to be really important for me to set up the file in such a way that it's that going on autopilot means, like, if I can color the frames, that would be great. As like, you know, keyframe 1, keyframe 2, keyframe 3, keyframe 4, so that the person animating it feels encouraged to copy paste between the frames. Because this is the one area where copy pasting is actually going to be really valuable and save, like, you know, hours of work. And I want there to be lots of frames. I just don't want there to be lots of difference between the frames. So it's super unintuitive. And I know I had to labor the point there. I know Morgan gets it too. She's great, but it's a very tricky thing. So I think the problem I have here is that how do you do this? Layers have properties. I will need to increase the team size. That will happen before the game is released, but we don't have funding to do that right now. So I think I might triple the animation team. There might be 6. I think I might have 2 environment artists maybe, and at least 1 more gameplay programmer. Like, this team easily could breach 10 or 11 people, 12 maybe. That's not even, it would be very easy for us to do that. So there's no way in the frame properties for me to set different colors. And I don't think I can set properties in the cell either. I can. Okay, that's good. I would be looking outside of Australia this time. Yes. That's cool. So 1, 2, 3. So cool. And maybe they shouldn't be like that. Maybe it should be like just red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. Whoops. Yeah, it's tough because these frames are the same as these frames. Maybe it's about the keyframes I color red and everything else I color neutral. That might be better. Less noisy. think I get rid of these now. Save this. Save as. Hold. Delete that. Save it. Delete it. File. Save as. That. Yes. Okay. Cool. Alrighty. I'm going to take a break. I'm feeling a little exhausted. So when we come back, we'll go back to what we were doing on chapter 2, which was I had been working on an annotation thing for this. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm still sort of thinking about it. I don't know. It feels like it might get in the way, but what can you do? All right. I'll see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. I wish this had a way to like if the zoom level is beyond a certain point, just don't draw it. Is there a way to get the editor camera ortho size when drawing gizmos, so I can change the way it's drawn based on how far out the user has scrolled. Oh, I guess I just write cam. So if we're in the Unity editor and we're drawing a gizmo, then the Unity editor scene view, blah, 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 blah. Distance is that, da, 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 is that. All right, whatever. Let's try that. Hey, it works. Okay. So instead, I want to do this and say annotation, just like that. Nice. And then this would be the zoom level, I think, that we would want it to not work. So distance is what? Distance from camera transform position to transform position? I don't think that's a thing. And then greater than 10 is probably plenty. Or 30? No, 5. There we go. Sweet. Okay, so chapter 2, let's go. Let's make it. Here we have the Voices in the Night cutscene, which has a box collider on it. I think instead we want to play on a specific condition, and that condition required to play is that the dream sequence the first dream sequence flag needs to have been finished. So do we have one for that? We should. because there is a cutscene here, I'm pretty sure. Is that this cutscene NPC? It has a Dream Sequence 1, which doesn't have a flag. So we need to give it a flag. Then we can go down here and ask if we have that flag already. Okay. Only if it's true can we play this cutscene. So now, when I'm running around here, I can't trigger the cutscene to play. It's just not going to work. So, it's perfect. Now, we still need the level scrolling camera bounds to go out far enough. Maybe even there is fine. We need a door. Let's add these to the build. This is the door here. I'm going to put it here. Maybe even call it a west door, and it's a forest door maybe. Oh my gosh, what is all this? What is holy frame rate? 10 FPS? Hello? What the heck? Hello, Unity. It's not even anything. There's no reason why it's doing this. If I go to a different scene, what happens? Dude, the whole editor is like locked up. Totally fine here. I go here, I press play. Fine. Okay. Whatever. Okay, so this boundary here is no good. There's a zone camera here. The zone camera, it's the reason why is because the selected area is much smaller than is much bigger than the actual area. So it should be more like this, I think. So as we leave the bounds, yes, we can do this. Okay, perfect. Now this needs a toggle. I probably could have a thing already as part of this where it already just does a check. It just turns itself off if we don't have the conditions. But it might not be the best way to do things. I'll do it this way anyway. Okay. Right. This transform gets toggled when this has to be true and on load. We have to have not had voices in the night. So if that's true and that's false, then we can see everything here. So when I run it right now, it should have nothing. Nope. Hey Bilbo. It was okay, yeah, not too bad. I enjoyed a nice lunch with my family, my in-laws. Okay, and we shouldn't see any of the Hunden here. Nice. Perfect. So we've come into the scene and there's no one here. I also would want to take the night sky and put that inside of... I guess we need like a... Well, it can stay where it wants to go. We can put it in decoration, but the toggle needs to toggle it as well. Cork hats sing one Sigma Tilda and hopped around like kangaroos. Yeah, we do that too. Of course. It's classic. So early chapter toggle is going to toggle this. Only if the opposite is true. So if we have not done this, or, well, actually, if we just haven't done this, if on load this is false, then you can turn this on. So now it's daytime. Perfect. There are some problems here. If we go into this cuts here, this tile set here, there is something where we don't have a collider. I think we probably do need colliders. We've got one there, we've got one there, but if I look at this is no good here between that and that. So basically underneath all the slopes needs to be colliders. Perfect. Much better. And then in this scene, not a cut scene, just a scene, we want to do this, I think. Just a bit too much there. Even, I wonder if we could do this. So you could technically just run out. Cool. Hey, Manga Rookie. Welcome. Okay, so now on this door, I don't really want the God Rays. Unless... I make sure that these always go behind the scene. It's not great. David Whale. I don't know who that is. Who is that? Because if we don't target these layers and we don't target these layers. Then I can have these go a lot further down. Oh, that's not right. Unfortunate. Now you can't see it at all. Technically, because this is on middle ground, I think. Oh no, it's on default. So in that case, it should be visible. I'm not sure. Oh my gosh. That's really dark. I'm sorry to hear about that. Wow. That's really unfortunate. That sucks. Gosh, that would destroy me if that happened to me. That would really hurt. I mean, I know it's dangerous when we do it, depending on where it's stored. There are Discord scams where it's very prevalent. I need this to work differently to how it currently works. I want to be able to fade it from full to empty by the time it gets to this edge. And Light 2Ds don't do that. Instead, it would be like a sprite mask. Like I want to do a point light with a mask. And honestly, we probably don't even need to use Light 2D for this stuff. We just need a transparent thing that has an additive shader on it. Like it's so straightforward that genuinely the Light 2D system in the whole game is probably not necessary. But anyway, we'll move on. So right now in the scene, as we walk in, it's sort of a little unceremonious. So maybe we need another zone camera. That's like here at 2.7. Pretty much like that. For when we are anywhere between here and here. Good morning. got to make sure those seams are really nice and tight. Could go even further, really. It might be like an intro cutscene that we do instead of a fixed camera. In which case, cool. So, I think I'm going to take this and delete it. I think I'm going to take... That's fine. This is probably unnecessary at this point. Let's keep it simple. I mean, I don't mind it. It's just not very useful as it is. It's a big scene, not much is in it. Probably don't even need like any more than that. Which is going to throw everything off as it does. I mean, even this is a little bit much. Gosh, I used to do it this way. These tiny little things. These tiny levels. Maybe we could pull all this in. Hey, welcome. Okay. And then the scrolling bounds on this level have a right edge, which needs to come all the way up to like there. And then we go to the door and make sure the door is not beyond the right edge, so that we take the right edge now and move it to there. We go to level scrolling bounds, we go off on, save it. Okay. And then that's got its sequence player. Save it, run it, start on and off. There should be a door here. Let's just grab one. This is a west-facing door, which is like, let's say it's like that, and it is locked. But we can drag this into here. What happens if I do that? Oh my gosh. It shouldn't really be like that. It's going to be, we're going to force the player to get from between these scenes without doing it like that. And then let's bring Armin himself over to here. What is this giant camera underneath him? What is this? Behaviors. Ensign ability. Yellow. Meteor dig. Cutscene camera. And does that really need to be here? Okay. So I need a cutscene trigger here. Is it hard? It's hard to do 2 jobs, but it's not hard to do specifically these 2 jobs. Do you know what I mean? It's not any harder than it would otherwise be. It's just hard having to do 2 different things in general. It's hard to do lots of different jobs at the same time, you know? So we need a cutscene trigger here that takes us to the sleepy time, which previously was... I guess nowhere. Here it is. Yep, okay. So we need an interest. Okay, and then the sequence player is here, and it is this. I don't want trigger on collision, or maybe I do this time. Okay. Okay, so maybe the cutscene. It works. For now. And then here. We have our dream sequence. Dream sequence doesn't have a timeline, but it should load Ridgelands 2, which is there. That's good. Okay. And then Armin should load into this scene. His default position should be take you, get out of here, save it. And take Ridgelands 2. His default position should be in the bell. Okay, so let's try again. Now, that should start straight away. Cool. So the Voices in the Night trigger should be basically right there. Cool. Sick. Then I need to interact with this. Or have a cutscene play here. I suppose it needs the cutscene if it's going to have one. But for now, maybe we just put a door there. So I mean, I'm happy for it to look out that far. I think it's okay. Whatever. So then are you a baby cuffer? I don't know what that means. Is that intended to be offensive? I'm not sure what that means. Is it a typo? Are you confused? Oh, You're asking if I can ban you. Oh, that's... The answer is yes, I can. No problem. There you go. Glad I could be helpful. I knew where they were going. It's just like, what a boring way to spend your time. Of all the things you could do, is just go around to channels and get banned. Like, okay, so what are we doing next? So play character comes down here, you run down, goes there, sleep, wake up, there's this, and then we come down here. This is important. I just don't think the geometry is very good right now. I guess there needs to be some sort of logic about from here to here, what do we want to happen? Let's write it down. Actually, they should be in the story map doc. So it's between here and here that I think we need. There's about 10 minutes of gameplay here, maybe even a crucible. So let's just plot out what's happening and how we're going to do it. Okay, so objective. All right. Player needs to get from Okay. So the way this works is we're making our way to from here to here. We've got lots of potential space to cover, and right now the space serves no function. It's just a bunch of places where there are enemies, and even this is now completely out of date because it uses, well, not completely out of date, but it uses old enemies. So it is important to have parts of the game require old enemies, because otherwise the ensigns that you've learned don't have any meaning. So that's important. But I want for the spaces to demonstrate new ensigns that you don't have yet. That's really important as well. So essentially what needs to happen here is that there's like a shortcut and a long way. And the shortcut is for people who have already unlocked the ensigns later in the chapter and are making their way back through here later. And the long way is for demonstrating to us the need to learn the ensigns. So I think what that's going to look like is something that is in a shape that looks like this. So you have to go through a number of scenes here that take you up and then across, maybe, and then over and then across and then down, as opposed to just across. That's kind of the thinking, because then you can create a lot more space that the player has to navigate through without, you know. Yeah, maybe even you would do this and have this be kind of like a T intersection. So you can come down through here or go across. And what's really cool is when you make it so that the player can enter this scene and then there's just like a cliff edge that they can't cross. It's like, oh, guess I'll have to get that later. That's, I think, one of the most effective things you can do to demonstrate an ability the player doesn't have. So I think I'll make use of that. So maybe this is like wall run. Ability gate. And then I still want to do something that's vertical, that goes like up higher, some other ability gate to like a separate section of the level that's up at the, like through a canopy. And then this is Cheverton over here. And then this is Ridgelands over here. Okay. Good. So, let's look at the abilities we've got in Chapter 2 and work from there. The intent is for there to be 5 chapters. I don't know what you're talking about, Leia. So, this here is looking at plunge attack. That's kind of cool. That's mostly for going for like breaking blocks. Right now, that's already in the game. I'm not sure if it should be in chapter 2. I'm still on the fence about it. Definitely wall ride, definitely entropy. That's pretty set. And it should be that 3 of these are mandatory. So this is a red ability. This is green. This is already going to be like you're learning this in the dungeon. So I can't have any progress gated by that, which means there has to be a separate ability that gates progression that we can use to get through here. And because this is a yellow ability, it means we are descending through things. And I don't mind that being the case here, but it means that we can't really do... I don't think there's going to be much scope to use it here. It also means like we want to be able to use the ability in like the mini boss fight. So there's some exploration I think I might have to do between those 2 abilities of like, okay, what do we want to do between these things? Like what gameplay opportunities are there where we can use these 2? Let's have a look at this. Okay. Okay. Now, why does that work that way? I can't kick there, but I can... As long as I'm not jumping, it works. So when we enter, jumped is false. We set the wall. Doesn't really care about any of that. Facing direction. If current wall equals null, current... Okay. That seemed to work straight away. Yeah. Is it because we technically have to press the attack button in order to do it? Because we buffered the attack button, so we should clear the buffer. I think that's all it is. We just have to clear the attack buffer. Yeah. Sweet. So, I mean, the easy way to do this is to literally just oh, that's kind of cool. I could see now, like, we would have areas where we have to sort of do this and then drop at a certain point. I think my concern with it is really just that it's sort of a nothing burger move, the plunge. I don't know, I just feel that way. I mean, they're all, I guess it just depends on what you can do with it more than anything. It does actually pogo. Who got glassed? Oh, some random. Is gravity scale a thing here? No. So he's just free falling? Is that what happens? Oh, I definitely need to make it so that the slam shell is an attack that has down aggression. Yeah, perfect. Maybe it should do a little hop. Yeah, so you can do this and pogo, but you only get one pogo. Maybe I need to let you reorient a little bit. Maybe it should always pogo. Oh, that's right. The idea was maybe that we could use it to go through different media. Like maybe they're like wind currents that push you upwards. Okay. Oh, that's actually really cool. So as long as we have wind currents, that can be what sends us upwards in these sections. The wind rises. All right. Well, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay. So we need to go to our sandbox now and implement that. It's coarse and irritating and it gets everywhere. Hey Glyco, thanks so much for the sub. So how does this work? The stuff blows you upward just as a thing? It's just like just upward wind? And the idea would be something like this, I suppose, that you would have like a section and then you would have a field that sends you upwards. And then you would have like an upper platform with an area that you can't drop through. And so maybe the only way, or you could even just do this. So the only way to cross in here and go down through here would be to pass down underneath this current. And the current, I mean, it could just be, it could be like anti-gravity, or it could be wind. It doesn't have to be an enemy. It would be nice if I could just make it an arbitrary rectangle. And maybe it would be something where, like, as long as you were on the ground, it was okay. But if you were in the air, as soon as you jump, you get blown upwards. So that way, actually, you could just do it like this. And then you just have this. And then the second you leave the ground to jump up on this, you go, you get blown up into the air. So you'd have to jump up, slam down, and then you could keep walking. Hey, Kirill. Welcome. Okay, well that's not too difficult. There is something else here that we could do. But I think it's a bit much. So I think wind, fields, or whatever are probably fine for now. All right, let's just do it. I don't need to, there's no reason for me to get precious about this. So, um, Winfield. It just doesn't feel like wind is the thing here. That's the only thing I've got a problem with. It just feels like thematically, the idea of wind in the forest, it's not bad, but maybe higher up in the forest it would be a thing. I'll get to it. We'll get to it. All right, so what will we do for this? I think it's a good idea to just go for it. Public. Sure. Vector 2, wind direction. And then it's, sure, we'll call it strength. And we don't even need that. We'll just call it direction and strength. And then I think we just say what the hell? Then make Armin go into the wind state. All right. Wait, how many times do I reference Armin in the game? That's a lot of times. Wait, but in the scripts specifically. So none of the assets here. That's okay. So Very good. So this just needs to be a trigger, and it's on the default layer, and that should make it collide with us. Nope. How's the Steam wish lists? Are you seeing good growth? Pretty slow, to be honest. I think I need to be doing, if I want to see the Steam wish lists grow a lot faster, I need to be posting a lot more media that is strictly about the game. And I've been kind of not doing that for a long time. I have a sentiment. I don't know if anyone agrees with this or whatever, but I think that when it's time, which I think we're almost there, but when it's time, it'll be very easy to generate wish lists about the game if people are interested. I think like the footage I'll be able to share about the game will be much more likely to go viral. I feel this all the time. Like when it comes to TikToks that I'm making or YouTube videos, every time I'm putting something out just to put something out, it does pretty crappy. But if I can tell that the thing has value inside of it, if I know that I've got some nugget of value that I'm sharing, it does like better than 10, crappy attempts. So I think it's just like, we're not far. I just want to be able to share like a sequence of things, and I probably could do that already now. Like it's not out of the question, but I want to be able to say, hey, I'm making this game and here's this feature that I've got. Isn't this cool? And I think that even that, 10 of those will pull wish lists. And I find myself in the last how many years, like my whole role on the internet right now is defined by the idea of someone who is self-reflective, who gives value to others in terms of the things that I've learned. But that's more of an educator than a game developer. Because if I was just making my content as a game developer, I wouldn't say anything about what I'd learned. I'd just show you cool stuff about my game so that you could buy it one day. But I've just felt like until it's in the exact spot it needs to be, it's sort of not that, it's not that it's not worth it, but it's hard for me to make advertisements, about a game that's changing and is a work in progress and has, art that's sometimes good and sometimes not finished. And I know that other people are very good at it. And I've seen people on TikTok from one good TikTok about their game get 100,000 wish lists or whatever. I've seen that happen. And so I kind of, I don't know. I move into the territory that's easy to move into, follow the path of least resistance. So, I think we're still sub 10K wish lists, which is, not many games don't get to 10K, and we definitely will this year, no problem. But I'd like to be at 30 by the end of the year. If we can get to 30K, I think we're in a good spot. Hey, Software Artificer. It's going okay. Okay, so why is the collider not considered Armin? Oh, we're jumping. No. Player, true, true. That's why. Okay. Wait, we're supposed to be not grounded. What is wrong with me? How is that possible? There we go. No, I think like once I start putting content out. Oh wow. 2K to 8K 1 month from release. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think it's like once you start making a lot of noise, you know, then people pay attention. If you're not making noise, you can't expect it to organically grow. Because Steam is not really a place where people browse unless the recommendations engine is pushing you. Like I don't know how many people discover games on Steam. Maybe some do. So we need a public. It does do it. It does go to 0.3 just for a moment. But it doesn't exit the state. Engine.player_character.self-control.add effector this. Let's see if we can do that. I really need to be able to see this thing. Where are you? Okay. Didn't like that. Guess we didn't properly instantiate the thing, or maybe I didn't compile. Hey, there we go. Yeah, I expect we will do a demo soon. Yeah. I think we will start to do a Steam demo soon, because updating the existing demo on itch is a little bit painful, and I think I want to see if we can do a private demo for a little bit, get it working, get it good, and like functional. That way, in a couple of weeks, I might send it to a couple of publishers via Steam, rather than just sending them a zip. There's a better way to do this. I don't even need to do this. I don't think we need this anymore. Well, that's great. What's your game, Mr. D-Boy? Mr. Farm Boy. Cool. Let's have a look. I mean, people like Stardew. I think I've seen this before. What's great about these games is if someone has been playing the game for, you know, a long time, let's say like you release a demo and I've been playing the game for like a week and a half, and then I run out of things to do. And then you update the demo. When I check back in and the demo has been updated, I get to keep my progress and interact with the new features that you've added. So in this context, like a demo and then like a long protracted demo period, early access period towards release is amazing because players get to continue enjoying the new things you've added as you're adding them. And it means that they can give you like live feedback about features and what they like about it. And they can say, oh, like, you know, it'd be great if you could do this, and then next week you can do it, and then they can go and explore it. Whereas in a story-based game, and I think we're already feeling that with the team and the community, is as I'm adding things, players kind of have to like replay the whole story again just to experience those things. So it's a little bit tough. It's just a little bit tough to do this kind of thing with a story-based game. But with a game like this that's more systems driven, I think it's great. There we go. Through the hole. Whoop. Cool. So we need a visual now. Okay. So now I can see the field. And it's a trigger. I mean, it's a collider. Let me fix that. Is trigger. Try again. Nice. Whoop. 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 Okay. So. That doesn't work. No. I think I just have to make the gravity scale a bit heavier. That's a bit annoying, isn't it? I'm getting confused. Whichever is smaller, pick it. But gravity scale is direction.y. Oh, it needs to be negative. That's gravity. So I'll do that. But it's not very good, is it? Should this be like 5? I mean, that's very generous, I think. Oh, it's not doing terminal Y. But it's 3. It is 3. Why is it setting it to anything other than 3? It's setting it to 0. That's weird. Terminal Y equals 3. What the heck? That's better. Okay. Could be a bit faster than that. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Sweet. So I should just be able to grab this now and do what I want with it. Now, the problem we have is we need to be able to do X stuff. So this air control might be necessary. And it's such bad practice to copy paste this kind of thing. But no, I think we don't do this. I think we bring in an air control. And then we say just chuck that in there as well. And then when we set this guy up, exactly. Okay. Which means we need to remove this effector. And I'm concerned about what that does. Oh, it still works. Sweet. Okay. Then we can also do wind field, lift state, public override void do, base dot do, and then air control dot get air sprite. Can also do that. In fact, we could just do this. We could say when we enter this, set air control. And then we don't need to do that or that. Nice. Cool. So the only other thing about this lift state is we say if character.ground self awareness is grounded, In fact, it might just be grounded. Okay. So if I just sort of go like that, we should go in and out straight away. It's very hard to do, but if you manage it, whoop. I think the terminal speed could be a little higher than that. Maybe not quite that much though. Maybe 2.5. So weird how changing that like totally breaks it. I think it is fun. I think it will be fun. It's supposed to be a bit of a nuisance actually. What the hell did I just do? Change my projector settings on my computer. One sec. I don't know which monitor is my main monitor now. Okay. Hello. All right. Oh, that's so strange how like the first time I do it, nothing happens, and then it's fine after that. Nah, that probably is too fast, even on its own. 2.3. I also feel like we probably want to place the character in the center of the screen while they're doing this. Not sure. There's something that feels like we need to, yeah, I don't know. So the idea would be something like this. You would have this, and then you can't get up there, but if you do this, now we can get up. Oh, that's not great. That's better. How am I screen recording? I'm using OBS. I suppose it just ends there. We should do it if we have a velocity and velocity is less than 0 equal negative 0.01 f. Why does it not work the first time? Is it this? What is this game object? I don't know, that's weird. There we go. Cool. So we would probably do it then like this. No, it's Streamlabs is a company that forked a version of open broadcast software, because it's open source, they took the source and they wrapped it into their own thing called Streamlabs OBS. But you can download the original OBS, which is what I use, and it's free. It's just a completely separate piece of software that's completely free. You don't need Streamlabs to do it. You can use Streamlabs OBS, but I feel like you're kind of better off using real OBS. Sometimes you can't do anything there. So strange. See, I can't move while I'm inside of it at all. Oh. But this should all be still happening. So like that works, but that doesn't work. Maybe I need to force true when I enter. So, yeah, something like this. Oh, that's lame. Doesn't work anymore. Why not? Guess I have to recompile. Yeah, look into just OBS. Just look out for that. What the hell? What the hell? Oh, because it's going to do it every time. So actually we don't need this. Very strange. So I can set that to true, but I can't set this to true? Oh, that's super weird. I think that might be it. Bro. What is going on? Should this be there? Oh, I found it. I have to set the gravity scale after I set up the start for the air state. But if I touch the ground, I get locked into it. That seemed to work. Maybe because our velocity was really low. Well, I want that. Yeah, that worked. Well, what happens if I do that? Can attack equals false. Hey, the fallen dev. Yeah, they're not great. Okay, so when we enter this, can't attack. When we exit it, true. Cool. Okay. And then I suppose we could do a couple of these at different sizes. Yes. Cool. So now, yes, that's exactly right. We need to be able to go through this. So when we enter this, oh, I made this the dig. Hi, Adams Ryan. Who's Adams Ryan? Is this Ryan? Is Avo Spread Ryan Penning? Sup, Ryan? This is going to be wind. So you'll use that to not go through that. And I think we want to. I think we want to lock off the velocity here. We've got vel y here locking at bounce speed. If vel y is greater than bounce speed, hey Universal, how's it going? Then vel y plus equals bounce speed. Yeah. Otherwise vel y equals bounce speed. Yeah, this is interesting. If we can enter the dig ability, and dig ability is something that's what part of the down air. Interesting. So instead, it's like we just want to say vel y equals math f dot min of vel y and bounce speed. So you can't be going faster than that. There we go. So if I jump through here, I should be able to stop myself going through it. Sweet. Yeah. Cool. Sweet. Nice. Amazing. All right. So, like, we could prototype with this now. This is ready to do level design. Might be nice to have like a particle system inside of this before I turn it into a prefab. I do have these like wind particles. These wind wisps. I don't call them breeze. Anyway, this is fine. Yo, Universal with clinkers. I think I have one left. And pals, I've got some bad news. I can't find these in the store anymore. They don't sell them in Woolies or Coles. So this might be the end of clinkers. Forever. At least in the form that we've been doing them. And it was green. Sorry. It would have been nice to win on a ceremonial ending. I use Unity, the Fallen Dev. They're not great, are they? Okay. So let's go. We got this. We got the trails. Let's billboard. I think it's called vertical billboard, or maybe just billboard. But the trails need to be. How do we do this? Oh, maybe it's the direction of these things needs to be a bit better. So the emission shape needs to be a. Well, it is the collider, really. Maybe these particle systems need to be on the sprite renderer. Copy component, paste as new, remove. Now, if I'm here, and then I set this guy up. Okay, Well, that's correct. The emission is there. The size of this, the max size, should be 0.01. The starting speed can be 1. The emission is fine, the shape is fine, but the gravity scale should be, gravity source is 2D physics, gravity modifier is -1. Hey, there we go. The trail material is sprite unlit default, and it should be the same size. There's a button here for use particle size, I think, on the trail. You can't see any of this because my head's in the way. Ribbon, maybe? Why is this so hard? Okay, 0.01 is what we want. And the start size here is 0.01. Now we're good. And the emission shape okay. It's something. We're getting closer. Oh, it's because it's on the ribbon mode. It's particle mode, please. But do these have collision? Is that what's happening here? I don't think I have collision turned on. So why are they like snapping to the very, very edges of the sprite renderer? That is beautiful. What the hell is happening? They should be just spawning anywhere inside of that rectangle. Not specifically. That's so weird that they're doing that. Okay, lifetime is 0.3. I guess it's using the bounds of the sprite rather than the inside of the sprite. Instead, I mean, we could just use box. That's better. Oh, and it kind of knows what it's doing anyway. That's great. All right. 20 of these, please, over time. Color over lifetime. For the trails. I'm not happy about the way that they're moving into the depth. It's not a huge problem, but it's a bit weird. I guess that's the box emission. If it was instead a square, like a rectangle, it's still doing it. Align to direction. Nope. Well, not much I can do about that. I mean, it's doing mostly what I want anyway, so we want some noise in here, but I want the noise to not be so strong. And it should only affect the velocity. Let's turn it off for now. I think I might copy this and put it on the main color over lifetime. And then remove it from here. This is not right at all. I think part of it is that we've got a velocity, but we don't. I think the gravity modifier should be 0. And the starting speed, we should be able to set. I'm surprised this is it's not a vector. Because I can't say, I guess it's the emissions job or like the shapes job to do that. But I can't even, like, how do I guess I have to rotate the emission by 90 degrees on the X and Y, or just the X. I see. But that's not really right, is it? It's emitting in 3D space off of the rectangle. I think if I just set velocity over lifetime, that might give us an answer. Aha, there we go. Good. Okay, that's better. Now, why is color over lifetime doing essentially nothing? And why is there a strange, like, rotation to it? I think on the trail you can inherit color. Yes. That's getting closer. That's better. Now the question is, why are they so small? Oh, that's why. Bro, I hate that they're rotated like that. It's ending me. Why is it that that's the case? It doesn't seem to look like there's any kind of rotation in general, but when you look at it here, there's clearly rotation. Is there a starting rotation? Nope. 3D start rotation? I mean, nope. It's almost like the vertices on the trails, you know, are rotating at some random amount. If I align the emission to the direction they're moving, does that fix it? No, they all have a random different width. Okay, what if I make it an edge emission then? Aha, okay. Well, it's a shame because I need that edge to be essentially like here. And then I need like a random offset. Which doesn't work. It should be the rectangle was perfect. It's just that's not how they work. Very frustrating. It's not about the billboarding. That doesn't help. Very annoying. Very annoying. Unity, how hard is it to just make the ribbons be where they need to be? Shouldn't that be billboarding anyway? Isn't the whole point of it to do that? Just looks wrong. And then when I pause it, like this does not look like this. Well, it kind of does. Ugly. Oh, what did that do? I just can't stand the trails looking like this. It's killing me. Like, why are they rotating? It's immediately fixed when we do it this way. It's just that I don't want the edge to be, I don't want it to be emitting exactly from here. I guess we could make them start all at the bottom. Oh, that doesn't work. box doesn't work. Rectangle doesn't work. Only edge works in terms of the facing of the billboard. Unless we go maybe box or rectangle and then rotate. I don't think that's how that works though, because you're rotating the shape. You're not rotating the, like if I do that, that's not the same. And if I do that, it's probably going to be right again, but they're still emitting from the wrong thing. I guess I could go box. Let's try this box and then rotate this 90 degrees. Oh, that's looking better. Now the trails. The trails are doing weird things. Because I don't want them to endlessly go like that. I want the trails to have a limited length. Very strange. Ah, that's what I want. That's what I want. Okay. Crazy. We have something closer to what I was hoping for. Now we can go to noise and we can see what we can do there. Yes, that's what I wanted. Hooray. So let's bring the lifetime of the trails down to 2.5 or even 2. And then let's increase the speed of these to 2. Actually, increase the velocity over lifetime. In fact, we could take that off. Ooh, pretty cool. To 10. And then limit the trail lifetime to 0.01 to 0.1. Yes, that's better. And the particle lifetime to 0.5. And then the trail lifetime a little longer again. 0.2 to 2. It needs to be faster than that. Okay, and let's get this noise a bit more chaotic. And ramp the speed up again. I just don't want it to be visible so far outside of there. But it's not enough. Or we can make this 2. Oh, that's nice. That's nice too. It's probably better to do it like that and then make the lifetime of these way shorter. And then make the emission way higher. Not bad. It's a little too fast, a little too chaotic. I think we would just have to, might have to take the emission shape and squash it a little bit on the y-axis by like 0.5. Not the y-axis, the x-axis, the z-axis. I'd also want to offset it vertically, but that's not going to work, is it? Well, I could copy paste this and call this particles. I could remove the sprite from this, remove the collider from this, remove the particle system from this, play these, and then shift it down manually like this. And that's going to give us something relatively good. Now, I'm not loving it. This is not McDonald's. This ain't Macca's, chat. I think it's too much chaos. That's better. But also, I think the size of the noise is not good. here. Now that's 0. This is like this. Okay. The volume aspect of it is not great. It's not really showing us where it is. This was, I think, better. So then if I'm going to design this visual effect by hand, if I was to do this by hand, I guess I would have... Yeah, I don't know, a different way of doing it. Okay, so let's just paste this one more time. Get rid of this, this, this. This is fine for prototyping. Prefabs. Environment, maybe? Or object? Yeah. Wind, field. Okay, so now we can just make multiple of these. Cool. That's weird. I have to solve that later. Sweet. One other thing. I think these need to be on the middle ground too. I'll have to see how they do it in, like, Jump King. Yeah, also the particles aren't currently a great representation of the lifetime. Annoyingly shows it dictates the y-axis. All right, well, they exist. Hooray. So now we want to be doing some prototyping with level design elements. And we can do that in Figma. We don't need to do much. We can sit here and play around with it. So let's have a look. We got this. We got an area that's sort of like this. where you can sort of actually cross the gap this way. Maybe we could make a context where you want to go down, you're trying to go down. So the only way to go down is to drop through it. Hello. Okay. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, me too. My eyeballs hurt. They're in like cry. I feel like I'm about to cry. It hurts my brow.
Use the screen.
Probably too many screens. All right. Well, I'll see you after. So then there's this version where you want to go up. Also a version where you want to go up electively. Maybe there's like a thing at the top that you want to be able to like go up through. Oh, you could even have a section where you've got a really long tunnel and you have multiple levels and you want to choose which one you want to get to. So you could have like this, and there could be something like on the second level. I gotta annotate all of these now. Okay, so let's write it down. This is clearing a gap. This is going, being forced up without plunge. This is option to go down if you have plunge. Secret. This is using it. Elevator. Okay, that's a pretty good set of use cases. We want to use maybe a few more to do with maybe combat or something like that. So let's think a bit more. There might be an enemy who is only vulnerable on top of their head. or destructible block. Sup? Okay, what's next? How else would you use this? Maybe like to fight against. I mean, so these could be enemies that are creating these wind currents, or they could just be things in the level. Clearing a gap, being forced up without plunge. There's also like the idea of maybe like there being run walls like this. That are high up. Or maybe even ways to interrupt the run wall to get to like somewhere else. That's pretty cool. What else? Could be used to reach something that you have to attack up high. It could be, the wind current could be out of reach and you have to use an ability to get up to it. So it could be that like the wind current is here. So you actually need to do just to get to the current. This is looking good. Lots of options. Hey, Lathe. Okay. Does the wind current work at an angle? I think it can be set up to go a different direction for sure. Hey, Legend Dev. For sure. If I take this wind field and I make this -4 and 0, I think it will push us. No, not yet. Hang on, is that the right one? I think I can make it so that it goes, so that the wind goes in whatever direction we want it to. It might require a bit more work to get the particle system to play nice with it, but the particle system is mostly just like a proper placeholder anyway. Right now it's all vertical, but we did have an idea. Oh yeah, that's a cool idea. So there could be some sort of like hazard that you have to plunge through to avoid. So it's like, this is bad, and this is going to send you up. What's this mapping thing that I'm doing? This is concepting, essentially. So it's my way of doing ideas about things that I can do in the game without having to make them in the game yet. Right? It's just sketching, thumbnails. So I'm exploring. I have this wind current that I created, and the wind current sends you up. It's like, okay, I want to be able to use that in puzzles. How many kinds of puzzle pieces can I design that use that? And now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I already have 12 different things I can do in the game with this thing. And whenever I've got one, if I'm trying to work on a level and I want some unique thing, I can just go here and see, oh, okay, this is what I haven't done before. Let's put that in the game. I do have 2 gap clearings, but this isn't going to be a gap clearing. This is a void hazard on the roof. So now it's not 2 gap clearings. How's that? So the reason why I'm doing this is just because it's way more efficient, right? This exercise took me, what, 20 minutes? Implementing this in the game just to see if it works this way would have taken me 3 days. Maybe not 3 days, but still. Okay. So a few of these are set up in such a way that there are options. So this is an option. You're going to go up unless you can go down. Well, we have an ability that's a plunge. So it's like this. Hello. So there's this guy, He chases us and he can plunge down at us. If we kill him, we get his plunge. And then we have this thing that goes up, but we can always plunge to come back down. So if I was forced to jump there, I'd have to plunge immediately to not get launched upwards. So the perfect example would be something like this. One, please. I'm trying to get down there. I'm up here. And I'm trying to get down. I can't get down. Right, assume there's a wall on the left. But if I have this, now I can get down. We could do the opposite with a waterfall. Yes. We could do that. So actually what this does is it lets me incorporate the next ability that I was thinking of doing, which was a blue ability, which we don't have any in the game yet. Let me move all of this over to the right document. This is Ensign Ability System. Interactable level elements actually is what it's called. And I'll make a new section and I'll call this Wind Currents. So what are we looking at here? Climber walls, destructible blocks, vaulting. Digging design questions. We had something about volumes, I'm sure of it. I think it might be in the enemy section here. I think we had a thing about volumes. Volume of water. Where is that? Ah, there you go. This is actually this concept of air that pushes you up is as old as 2022. If I go all the way back to core ability brainstorm. This was me thinking, okay, I've got this game and it's not fun yet, but it's going to be fun one day. How the hell do I have these directional abilities that do anything valuable? And I was like, what are things that you as the player want to be able to do but you can't do it? I just found another one. Look, there you go. So like if I limit you, right, you have a jump height. How do I let you extend that? Okay, you have a horizontal distance you can get to. How do I extend that? Because the limitations of your core moveset are the starting boundary for all of the things that you want to be able to unlock. So it's like, if the abilities help you do things you can't do, what do? They let you go further, they let you, counteract gravity, they let you reach places you couldn't otherwise get to, basically. But there have to be other axes of this. So it's not just, if it's just about moving through space, the game world has no way to push back against you. So then that's where something like this comes into play, where the space forces you, the space creates a problem for you to solve. that's beyond gravity and just, physics. So I'm going to use this one though. That's a great one. So it was something like this, was it? Hey, Neat Games. So this also gives me the idea of some sort of context where the wind could be something that you have to turn on. Like, what if there's a section here and this wind isn't there? Now, this is impossible. But if I do something to make the wind like turn on, maybe then it becomes a puzzle. You could even have something where you have to turn it on from down at the bottom. So you like mid free fall, do something that activates it and then it blows you up. There's a lot you can do with, Trateka. Is that what it's called? The lightsaber thing where you turn off the lightsaber. That's right. Yeah, Animal World does have updrafts. Are they updrafts or are they the bubbles? Or maybe it's both. Yeah, I think wind and fans would be good. I think if we could have both, or an enemy that has propellers underneath, like an enemy that's like a barnacle on the ground that looks up at you and blows upwards as you jump over it, and you kill it by stabbing down onto it. The only thing there is that you would need to like. If you kill it, that's not good. Because then you can't use it again after that. That's the thing with Insignia and enemies as puzzle elements, is that destroying the enemies ruins the puzzle. Until I add some kind of an enemy respawn ability, which feels okay, but it's a little bit of a cop-out, maybe. Yeah, maybe. But then it doesn't have like a health bar. It's just like a thing that goes into a state at that point. Like it might look like an enemy, but it's not. It doesn't behave like an enemy at that point. There is an inside there. That is a thing in the game. Yeah, that, or I was thinking about like rewinding the game with some ensign, like a time one that you can undo the fact that you've killed it already, but I don't want to do that yet. It's kind of a little much. Still. Oh, look. That looks like wind. Looks like I already came up with this idea. Ah, yeah. Yep. Cool. Yeah, like a respawn system. Like I do have enemies that do that as well. Yeah, that's how I've done it in the past. A monster nest. Okay. What the hell? What the hell? All right. Cool. So we're still working. I've still got lots to do. I should probably add my commit of what I just did all this time. Oh, Jesus. Refactors is Armin into is player, adds wind, what is this called? Wind field, and matching ability, updates level pathing in chapter 2. That's too many commas for one commit message. All right. I gotta go. This is the end of the stream. I don't really have much more time. But if I was to give myself more tasks tonight, what would that be? I have to continue working on the chapter 2 story. I think we've done a good job here of creating a space. I think the abilities that we have for chapter 2 right now, the wall run and the wind, the plunge, I think will be enough for this space. And I can see valuable ways to use them. So it's good. It means that I'm gonna have to prototype these level spaces a little bit more to have those as the to be conscious of those things. And it means I'm also gonna have to think about this dungeon and how that incorporates them as well. I'm also gonna have to think about where the crucibles go in this space. I think at least one should be up top, and then one should be on the right hand side on the bottom. I think that makes perfect sense to me. Okay. I can see how I'll do this. I can see how I'll do it. And I think what I'll do is have this be... There's an opportunity here to make these wind fields be based on the magic system. In this chapter, there's an emerald that has like anti-gravity power, basically. Like it's a green ensign ability. Green ensign. It's a crystallized ensign essentially, and its ability when the player has it encrusted in the sword is to send enemies upward. Like it launches them. So the idea that the player can use it to launch enemies, but earlier in the chapter, the world is launching him, is pretty good. It's just what it'll be is I'll have the native characters, the Hiran, the deer who live in this chapter. I can have them in the background, like casting the wind against you to get you out. They're like trying to send you away from where they live. I think that could be a good way of doing it. And that way the visual effect can be like leaves, like leaves on the wind getting like whoosh, cast upwards. That's quite good because that ensign is in the bottom and the yellow ensign can be at the top, and that actually makes it perfect. Like the insignia representation, like the four elements: yellow up top, green at the bottom, red and blue either side. So in a way, it kind of works, and especially if I put red here. But I think I'll put it here. Then there'll be a secret blue one over here. That would make good sense, and I could put it down here somewhere. Ah, that's cool. But maybe only after you have an ability that you get from chapter 3. So you have to come back to get that one. I have an idea for the game where every chapter has 4 ensign abilities, but only 3 that you can get within the first playthrough of that chapter. And in the 5th chapter, you come back through all the levels and you get the last one in each of them. So to 100% the game, you don't need those last 4, but they're alternative things you can do once you get there. So then I guess we're settled on it. This is plunge. Wall run and plunge. Hey, Kindzote. Many years. I started game development in 2015 or 2014 as a hobbyist. So that's 12. And I've been animating since I was 16. That's almost 20 years. 18 years I've been animating. I've been programming for 16 years. Okay, I gotta go. Thanks, everybody. This was fun. think we're starting to get to a point in the dev cycle for the game. I just want to say this for a bit before I leave. I think we're getting to a point where now the formula is so well baked in that it's not that hard to just iterate on things and add things. And I know they'll work because I understand the framework. It's really set in stone. So yeah, it feels good to be able to just go, oh, I'll just add this today. Like the wall run we added in an afternoon. The plunge we've added in an afternoon. It's good. All right, pals. Who are we raiding? I really like raiding people who have cameras and are looking to, like, they're trying to be presentable but have fewer viewers. Like this person's got 4 viewers. Let's rate him. All right, pals. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. I'll catch you not tomorrow, but Thursday. Okie doke. Thank you so much. Maybe tomorrow, because we didn't have one yesterday. We'll see how we go. If you're interested in playtesting Insignia, we have a demo you can play. And if you want to support what we do here, you can wishlist the game on Steam right now. Thank you so much. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.